Hello everyone, how's it going? It's a rainy day here, unfortunately. I had to turn on the lights because it was so dark. But yeah, unfortunately, rainy days happens sometimes. But they are great for my gardening plants. So, nothing is bad in life. So, let's see where we left off last time. Last time, unfortunately, I had to finish early because I had a technician coming early at my house. And last time we were building like the React part, the front end part of our Effect Warehouse application. We were trying out things and we basically built a very dumb but working like integration between Effect and React that allowed us like to define our computation effect, which was like basically just calling an API by using the Effect HTTP API. And then based on the returning remote data, we basically switched between like the three possible cases we may have, which is like a loading state or a failure state or a success state. And you can see here our component load this and then start loading. And then we get the list of the results. We put like an arbitrary delay in that. And we also can also see that like network requests are handled correctly in a way that if we say we want to view the list, start a new HTTP request pending, but if we click again the button and we basically abort the request for like seeing the products, the request gets aborted as well. Which is something that is really nice for any front end, I think. There are not many front end that take this situation in mind, keep this situation in mind and handle it properly every day, every time. So I mentioned that today I wanted to like give a quick look at another possible way of integrating into Effect into React by using a package called EffectRx, which is built by Tim Smart, one of the core Effect contributors. And so let's start by opening up the repository for that. And you can see that here we have very basic documentation that introduces us to EffectRx, what does, and how you can do it. This package is very experimental, as far as I know, but still I think it gives you like basic primitives that are really nice to work with. So as you can see, it's listed as a reactive state management library for Effect. And that is because it does not only provide way like for, as we did last time, to inject your effects into your React application, to invoke them, but also gives you like a reactive primitive you can use to build your applications. So let's try to have a quick look at the examples we have here into the README. So let's create a simple counter component which will increment the number. When you click a button, you will use rx.make to create our rx, which is a reactive state container. We can then use rx value or rx set hooks to read and update the value of the rx. So let's try maybe to go along with the tutorial altogether and see what we can come up with. So I want to keep my app in here. So first thing we want to do is definitely to add our dependencies, which is like EffectRx, Rx React. And then I want to stop my HTTP server, npm install. Yeah, maybe I can make this a little bigger. Okay. And then we should have effectrx installed. So as the README mentioned, maybe let's try to let's write a new component and let's start from there. We will then later migrate this component. So we want to create basically a new TSX. We will rename this to fetchup, and we rename this into our app. Okay, and then we want like export the default function app, and here we will render our application. So first thing we need to do, we want to import Rx from Rx React, right? And let's say we want to create, for example, a very, very basic form to create a new product. So we will have like the product name, for example. So let's draw first the form. We should have React Native. No, we don't have. We have basically just. Yeah, we don't have right now any UI component library. I would like to use, because I already used in the past, I don't care about this one. I wanted to bring out our browser window. I think I'll go for a React Native paper because I already used that in the past. And gives you like some good components. I really, really like. Given this application is targeted to be like a mobile application, that's fine, I think. Yeah. As you can see, like it implements basic material styles components, so that's really, really nice. So the name is like a React Native paper, if I remember correctly. Yes, React Native paper. So we can just go back to our application. npm on React. Yeah, we want to do that inside of here. Yeah. And we'll do React Native paper. We'll pick the latest version. And then the only thing that this component library requires is like it's not strictly required, it's something that's recommended. We should like put a top level component, which is like our paper provider, yes. And then behind that, we can like define our application. Perfect. So let's go back to our code and we'll say something like import everything as React Native paper from React Native paper. And then we will say something like return React Native paper. Why can you not found? It's React Native. Oh, because I didn't like pm install, right? Yes, I didn't. Okay, now you should be able to resolve that. Okay. Paper provider, and here we can build our application. And here we can, for example, say something like, we want to import also React Native from React Native. Let's say we say React Native.view. And here behind, we say something like React Native paper text input. We can have a label called like product name, and then we have like a button. And the button will save like save. Okay. And if we bring up our application, save that, we need to reload, I think. Yes. What's the issue? Enables resolve React Native paper from here. Why? Oh, I need to restart. Okay, now you're definitely okay. So we have here a very basic application. I don't like too much this theme, so we can say like things like mode flat paint flat or outlined. These are basically the styles. Okay, and these should change, okay, into that. And I also want to enforce like the lighting. So it is like reactive paper theme provider theme reactive paper dot theme material design tree light theme. That works for me. And then we can wrap that. And now when we reload, okay, we are now using the light theme. Okay. And we want also to make the button like outlined, contained, elevated. How's that? Yeah. And outlined. Yeah, I prefer this one. Okay, so very quick and dirty UI for our application. Now, what I want to do is see how we can hook that in a way that we have, for example, a button that runs an effect that, for example, after 5 seconds logs the value of the text input. So as we have seen before, Effector is a reactive library. So we can create, for example, something like a reactive holder of the value of our text input. So we can say something like const product input value, which is like rx.make, and we start like from a blank value, and we see that we get back an rx writable, so it's something that it's updatable, and then we need to hook that into our React component. So we need to say something like const product name equal rx dot use, it's like use value, the rx value, and then we pass in our product input, and we get back our string, which is the value currently holded into our rx. So we can say then something like value equals product name. And then we want also be able to update that. So const set product name user rx set product input value. And this should give us back a function that, given like the current value, updates the rx. So we can say something on change text, set product name. We should now have our regular reactive component. Let's make it more clear by saying something like React Native.text current value equals, and say product name. So we expect that as we type in the first text input, we get the updated value in the text. And that is indeed the case. So this is like the simplest usage we can get with effect_rx for reactive values. So let's go back to the documentation, and it says indeed that you can use userx value and userx set to update that. And we can also create derived state. That could be, for example, interesting because we can have, for example, many inputs in our form, and we could use these derived states to create an object that is the one that will be actually sent into the server. Or we can, for example, derive if a field is valid or not, because we can hook into, for example, the value of our product name and check if it's at least 1 character long. So we could say something like const product errors equals rx.map. We start from the product input value, and then given the value, we produce something like an error or not. And we could say, for example, that if the value.length is like more than 0, then we say that there are option.none, there are no errors. You need to import everything as option from effect option. And there are no errors. Otherwise, we can say something like product name is required. And then I think that React Native paper should have like a nice, I would think that there was like a text input component. There was like a text input error. Whenever to style the import, yes, and the error. And then isn't there also like a text property, if I remember correctly, or was like an helper? Was a completely different component, right? Yeah. At least we can start by showing it as an error or not. So we can say something that we don't care about the current value, but we can say something like error equals option is sum, and we get const product error equals use rx value product errors. We don't want use error. Okay. And then if we look back at our application, we should have in an error state when it's not compiled, and when we start typing, we see that it toggles in between. So I just want to look back into that library, which was like, there was a component for showing like helper text, maybe it was called. Let me check. Helper text. Yes, it was helper text. Helper text, and then we say type error. Okay, yeah. So we can say something like in here, we can say something like if we have option.match our product error, and we say on none, we do not render anything. On some error, we say React Native paper, helper text, type error, and then we bring out the error. So looking back at our app, now we should have something like more nice, yeah, product name is required, and as long as we start typing, we get away that error. Yes, and this is only the reactive part of our application. We didn't see how we can, for example, invoke an effect given what we have here. For example, I would like, as I mentioned before, like to read the value of these x and have an effect that waits for 5 seconds and then prints the value of that. So I would like to first import effect. From effect. And then I want to start like with something like const program equals effect.gen. We will like yield star effect.log waiting, and then after 5 seconds, yeah, 2 seconds is enough. After 2 seconds, we say something like yield star effect.log, and here we want to log the product name, right? So first, we need to see how we can inject like effects using effects Rx. So let's go back to the docs, and we'll see. Working with effects. You can also pass effects to rx.make. When working with effect rx, you get back a result type. So if we add an effect with no parameters, we could use this. But I expect that this is not exactly what we want, because we want to run the effect when we press the button. And from what I understand here, instead, this will like reactively run our effect. So we can try that out to see if my assumption of that being right or wrong. But let's have a look at other options. Working with scoped effects, scope, you can add a finalizer. Okay, so we also get to know that we get for free a scope, which I would imagine is like the component being mounted scope. And then we have working with effect services and layers. This describes what we have seen last time with the managed runtime. So we have as well a way to create a runtime. Working with streams, working with functions. This sounds exactly what we're looking for. So we can create an rx.fn that logs a number. And I imagine that from inside that rx.fn, we could, for example, read the value of our effect rx. So let's try it out. So we can say something like, I want const on submit or unbox on impress. We want to be on rx.fn, and we will get in 2 type parameters. As you can know, the first is the arg, which I would expect is something you have to type, and is what gets injected to our function when you call it. And it will be, for example, the event. I don't care about it. It's fine by me by using any. And the second thing we get is this rx.fn context. And this fn context, we can call it ctx, something that I would imagine has APIs to, for example, like set the values of rx's or get values. Yeah, this is exactly, or subscribing. Yeah, this is, or refreshing. Yeah, this is exactly what we're looking for. So let's say that we want the on button press to run our program, which we define here. So we can copy that here and move it here. We want to run our program, and then we can say something like, as I mentioned before, we can like use the ctx to, maybe let's const product name equals, then we ctx the value of product input value, and this will give us back our string. So by calling ctx, we can basically read into the value of a reactive variable. And then we can log our product name. So again, this is an RX result fn, so I expect that we cannot directly invoke this. There should be another hook that allows to invoke that. So let's see. It was like user x set promise if we want a promise as a result. So let's go back and say something like const on press button press handler user x set no is user x set promise, for example, and we get back something that basically invokes our function and returns back a promise with the actual result, which is really handy for integrating with third-party APIs. So we can now say on press, on button press under, right? Button press under. Okay. Why Ian? Why do you say void when I said that this is rx.fn? This is any, and this is like rx.fn context. And now use on button under, use rx set, void or that. Yeah, I'm not too fancy with that. Let's go back to the documentation and see what did the example use. Let me check out. Yep. User exit promise, create user. And then we get like name string. Let's try to type that and see, maybe it's something that it's not handled at the moment. String. If I say string, are you fine with string? But then obviously that is not fine. Okay, we can maybe like correctly type that just to responder event. So this is like just to responder event. Okay, and now we are fine, and that's correct because in fact that is like a just responder event. So let's go back to our app and see what we get. So ideally test, and if I press save, waiting, and after 5 seconds we get our test value. So I think that this works really nice. But this like solved for us, let me give a moment for my coffee. This solved for us how we can like call effects from a function because we have like userx set promise that returns a promise. But I could imagine that if we have used, for example, userx set instead of userx set promise, I would imagine that these would have worked as well, just wouldn't have returned like, yeah, exactly, this work as well. It just doesn't return you the promise. And then let us see if we can first improve this example by looking at other available methods. I saw that there was like, let's see, Rx. Let's go into the sources and see. I have seen before that there was also like an use Rx. And use Rx, what does that do? No, this takes a registry we don't care about. Let's see. Oh, we have also like a user X that works exactly how we work, for example, with plain React with the use state hook. For example, here we had like two different calls for like our product name and set product name, but from what I can understand, we can also have do it something like use Rx, and then we pass in product input value, and then we can say product name set product name. We need to import that. And this should be exactly the same thing as before, but we have a single hook instead of calling that twice. So let's just validate that our app still works. We can reload, and indeed it still works. So there is also this handy use Rx, which I suppose is like the most common one you will use when using FFRX, that will give you back the product name and also an handle to set back the reactive value. Okay, so this like helps. Let's keep scrolling into the sources to see if there are also other things that we may be interested in. Let's use Rx suspense, which will definitely like, given an Rx will like suspend, yeah. Suspend success, yeah. Subscribe, user XF. Okay, so we have seen that is mostly what we were looking for. And another thing that we have seen before is that we can also like create Rx's starting from effects. And then we get back a result in the same way last time we built our remote data type, right? So let's try to go back to our example we had before, like before we had this example that fetched data from our remote API and then showed them into the UI in this like product fetcher component. And so we can start by copying that into our app. So we'll keep this as it is, and we'll add before the example we had before. So we start, yeah, maybe it's better to start from scratch. So we start by defining an effect that get products, and we see that this is an effect.gen. We need to import HTTP API client, import everything as HTTP API client from not FHTTP, but effect platform HTTP, and then let me just HTTP API client, okay, and then we want also to import the product API, import product API from effect warehouse. Okay, and now our get products is perfectly fine. We have seen that our rx.make has various signatures. We can create an rx starting from an effect as well. As you can see, we can provide an effect, and then it will give us back a result, which is either the completion or the failure, which is exactly as we want, right? So this effect.gen, we can like wrap it into an rx.make, and this will convert it back into an rx. Nice. And then we want to define our component, which is something like a function product fetcher component. Products, we will use a rex value because we cannot set that, it's a read-only. And we'll see that no, this is like rx.variable. Okay. Yes. Did I screw up the typings? Yes, I did. I definitely did. Let's go back to see which was the signature. Go to definition. Make. We should pass in an effect, and we get back the Rx result, right? Yeah. So first validate that's our effect. That's right. Yes. And then here I should be able to say that, and this should be like an why I'm calling the wrong API. Let me check again. But I supposed that that was it. Effect Rx. Working with effects. Ref effect.make, and it picks a function, and then it returns back something. Let's check it out again. User X value, and this gives me back this, which is not what I want. Ctx, and this is like rx.context, I think. That's interesting. I would have expected that to return like. Oh, I may know why. Oh yeah. He wants an effect that is assignable to that has basically no dependencies. And if we look at our effect definition, we have an HTTP client dependency. So that's why it's not assignable, and that's why it's falling back to another API we don't want to use. So we want to import everything as fetch HTTP client, maybe from effect platform fetch HTTP client, and then we can say dot pipe effect.provide fetch HTTP client.layer. So we erase away our dependency, right? And then now we get exactly what I expected. So we get back a result of either our products or the error that happened. Okay, so we can inline back this as it was before, and this, and make it nice. The context for now we don't need. So now we get back our result, and I expect that maybe that result is exported as well. Result from effect rx react. Effect rx. I expect that is defined here, but we need to add that into our dependencies. So effect rx, and is that the latest version? Yes, it is. So I may pinpoint them like that. Okay, let us stop to npm install the update. Today my chair is moving to the left side every time. Okay, we can restart our compiler, and okay, now we have result, and I would expect maybe a result to have some utilities. Yes. Match, for example, is the one we want. So we can say like return result.match products. And here we would have things like on success, on initial, and that's it, right? Let's see. Yeah, on initial, on failure, on success. So we can say exactly as we did before. On initial, we'll say loading. On failure, we show the text. And on success, we will like show the product list. And let's swipe code and say that. The error, we will not deconstruct. We will just put as a list. And then we can like mount our product fetcher component here. Okay. And now if we look back at our application and we reload, we expect to see something like, oh yeah, we're going to an error, definitely, because I think that my HTTP server is stopped. Yes. Yep, we can start the HTTP server. Loading. And after 5 seconds, we get the product list. That's exactly what we expected and what we did last time, but this time we are using FFX, which is like really handy for these kind of things. So I think that we could maybe like evolve this example and make it something that is like actually working. So right now we are just using fake APIs. We are like doing something silly in the UI. So let's maybe start by doing something like more useful. So we could like start designing APIs for the CRUD operations over our products. So creation, update, and reading. And then like let me just lower a bit the volume of the music. And then we can just like provide a very simple interface to perform those operations over our APIs. So let's go back to our code and start by updating the server. So in our server, we have our APIs. And for now, they are like built in line, but I would like to build them in a better way. We had like a create product endpoint, but not great. So let's start by creating like a product service. Okay, and we import everything as effect from effect. And then we'll say something like export class product service extends effect.service. And then we'll say that we'll build this as an effectful computation, effect.gen, function star. Okay, and we'll do something very simple as a starter. We'll say that we have, for example, an in-memory map as a database, const products new map, and we'll say something like we use a string as ID, and then we have a product as a value, and we'll import from warehouse domain product API. We should have our product, okay, and we'll return an empty object. Okay, so let's start by saying something like we want the function list all, which will return basically an effect.seed, and we'll like products.values, and maybe we'll say import everything as array from effect array, and we'll say array.from iterable. Okay, and then we return a list all. This generator doesn't have a yield. I know. Yield star effect.void. So for now you're fine. I will fix you later. That's why I put an effect.gen for now. And then we want like a function like create product. And this create product will do things like we'll first effect.gen will say something like we need to create some error that may occur first. So we'll use effect data. No, maybe schema. Schema. We want the errors to be serializable. So we import from schema. And then we say something like export class product SKU already exists error extends schema tagged error, and we want maybe the SKU to be a schema non-empty string for now. Okay, and then we'll say something like if we want first like to define what this can be taken in. So export interface create product data. We'll definitely need a SKU string, and then we need like name. And for now, that's fine. So data, and we want a create product data. Okay, so we can say if the product has our data SKU, then we say return yield star effect dot fail new product SKU already exists error, and we'll say the SKU is the data.SKU. And then we can say something like products.set data.SKU new product, and here we create a product. We have like the ID, we'll use product ID dot make value, we'll use the SKU for now. And then we have name, which is data.name, description, which is like data.description. And we also say description. Okay. This will list our product. This will create our product in memory. And then we want maybe to function update product. We'll see something like export interface update product. And we cannot update the SKU, so we can only say maybe the name and the description. These are the only one. Update product that given like a product ID and some data, which is like a product update product data, sorry. Update product data. We return an effect function star, and we'll first check if the product actually exists. So we need something like an error that describes product not found error. Error. Extends schema tagged error. And then we'll say something like, let me check. Just a moment, sorry. I have a message. Okay. And then we'll say product not found error, and that's it. I don't want to provide more information about that. And we'll say if we'll try first product, and we'll try to get from the products, get product ID value. And if we don't have a product, we return failure. Oh, by the way, you are not you do not need to like say effect.failure. You can also say directly product not found error, and that's fine as well. That will work as well, and effect will be smart enough to know that. But yeah, I prefer to do that just because then I can clearly see that this is a failure and not something that I am returning. So visually is more clear. It's just a personal preference. It may score code longer, but I can quickly look, and whenever I see effect.fail, I know that there is one point when I would fail. Whenever as if I don't have effect.fail, like if I miss the yield star, I would like think that maybe this is like a genuine return value. Okay, so if we're not from the product, otherwise we say something like products.set, and for the product ID dot value, we create a new product. We'll start with the data we already have, and we'll say just the name is like the data name, and the description is data description. So we update that in memory. Now we can update product. Okay, list, create an update, and then last but not least, we want like to delete products. Last thing is like function delete product ID. We want product ID, and then we'll say return if gen function star, and we'll say if not products has product ID.value, we return, because we are attempting to delete something that there isn't. So that's already deleted, it never existed. And then otherwise, we will just products dot delete, and we'll say product ID dot value. And this generator doesn't have a yield. Yes, that's right. We can move this into a sync function. Okay. And finally, we'll say delete products. Okay, so here we have basically created an in-memory service that will list, create, update, and delete our products into our database. And now that we have defined this service, maybe we want to define the API for that service as well. So let's do it. Maybe we can toss away this implementation and do that from scratch, but yeah. So we want to define HTTP builder group given the products API. We define the handlers for that. So we'll need first to gen, because we need to access our newly created service. So product repository, yield star. I'll rename that into product repository. I like that more. Product repository instead of, or maybe product catalog, which is like a more business domain aligned name for that. Yes. And we'll rename the file as product catalog. Catalog. Yes. Product catalog. And then here we import everything as product catalog from product catalog. I don't know why I like to pronounce that word. Product catalog dot product catalog. Okay, and that will give us like our product catalog, and then we'll need to return handlers dot handle, and we need to start handling our APIs. So handle. Do we have first, go to definition, do we have first align definition for our APIs? It definitely seems not. So we need first to align our API definitions. So we'll say we have like products, okay, and then get all products, which is a get from the products, and that's fine. Post create product, okay. And we need to do first some cleanup in here. Yeah. Let's start first by defining a product file, and we'll move only these definitions there. So we have a file that just defines the schemas for a product ID and a name and description. I may rename this as a SKU, and this is like rename symbol product SKU. Okay. That. Okay, and that's fine. So we have SKU, a name, which is an empty string, and then an optional description. And then we remove these ones. Okay. And then we'll have to define some data, things like export class, create product payload, instance schema.class, and when we create a product, we want a SKU, which will like be a product SKU we defined before, and then we want a name, schema non-empty string, and then we want a description, which is a schema optional, schema non-empty string. Maybe schema string for now. And this is what we pass in when we want to create a new product. And then we also want to have update product payload, extends schema class, and class extends schema dot class, update product payload. And when instead we want to update a product, these are only the fields that are allowed to be updated. And this is the fact that I use different types, even though for now I have replicated most of the fields, is wanted, because over the time there may be a lot of fields that are required while creating a product, for example the SKU, but then once we have created the product, you cannot update SKU, okay? So that's something that's fine by me. So we want to define an HTTP API endpoint post, create product to the products, and that creates a product payload. And in case of success, we want to return the product we have just created. And then we have the list, the create. We want to add HTTP API endpoint dot fetch update product, and then we'll say something like products, and then when we patch, maybe we pass also the product ID, and then we set the payload to be update product payload, and in case of success, it's add success. In case of success, we want to basically return our product. Yes. Okay. We need to add a few errors, by the way, if you think about it. But first, let me end with adding all the routes, and then we will care about errors. So the last one we want is HTTP API endpoint.delete. We want to delete product and products, product ID. Add success, and in case of success, schema.void. void. Okay, so get, create, update, and delete. I was mentioning that we are still missing in these API definitions some errors. So some of the errors that we defined in here, like product SKU already exists or product not found error, maybe we need to move from here into our domain package, because those are in fact errors that may happen while dealing with our products. So here we want, when we create a product, for example, we success with the product, but we may fail with product SKU already exist. And when updating, we may fail with an error, product not found error. Okay, so now we have our APIs, we have added the errors, we have added the chassis. Okay, we should be fine. I think that we need to build first. Yeah, that's fine that this is failing, but at least we should have. Did we updated this? No. There is some errors. We move like to packages, and then we have domain, and then we'll build this. Okay, so now we have an updated build. Yes, nice. Okay, so now that we have updated the build, we can update this, and instead of importing from product API here, we will port in product. It's not product ID anymore. We call it product SKU. And then also we need to import from that product SKU dot make, and that is the SKU. That is the product SKU. Product not found error. Product not SKU. Okay. Schema is not needed anymore, and we are fine. Okay. Now we can start wiring them up. So handle. Now that we have moved most of our logic into the product catalog, and we can say that, okay, product catalog. Now that we have moved most of the logic in there, ideally in here we shouldn't have much to do, because we just need to say something like get all products, and the handler for that will just say something like catalog dot list all, and this should be fine. And what are you? Oh, yeah, product API. That's nice. We don't need this anymore. Okay. And then what else are we missing here? Endpoint not handled, create product, update product, and delete product. Yes, that's expected. And we want also to handler. I think that there was like handlers, and then you can say, no. I thought that there was also an object API that allowed to define them all at once. No problem. Handle, and we'll say create product, and here we have like the request, I think. Yes, and we'll say catalog dot create product, and we'll say that we have the SKU, which is like the payload SKU, and then we have the name, which is like payload name, and then we have the description. Okay. And then we also need to handle our update product, and which should be something like catalog dot update product. Let's look after that. I want like to say data is, we have the name, which is our payload name, and the description, our payload description. And finally, we have delete product, which will have catalog dot delete product, and we need to pass in the product ID. Okay. Let me just drink a little coffee. Okay. At least the weather is getting better. Okay. So I was saying, let us watch into HTTP. Let us watch into the parameters, because I think that I did that wrong. Yes, because I think that when I defined my product API, the way to define like the product ID is not this one, but I think it's like a tag later, I think, yeah. And then it was like products slash, and then here you need to HTTP API schema parameter product ID schema string. Yes. Yes. And then, yes, that is the expected syntax, because in that way, it's the library is able to parse which are the fixed part of the URL and which are parameters, and you can also type safe. You have also type safe decoding of the URL parameters. So let's update this. Okay. And now if I go back into my definition here, into my request, now I have also path and I have also product ID. Nice. But our API takes in a product SKU, so we can say basically new product, or maybe product SKU from string, maybe. And we can do that, and we can create here static from string that will take like a SKU, a string, and we'll say new, oops, in the SKU, not in the product, yes. New product SKU value, and this is the value. Okay. So that allows to do things like product SKU from string and that, and also the read product, product SKU from string r.path.product ID. Okay. Okay. What are we complaining about? Undefined is not assignable to product, yes, because our create product API returns nothing. Undefined is not best. Yes. Define. Oh yeah, that's here. Yeah, okay. But we then need to return as well after we have created the product that we have just created. So we can say return products.get data.skew and assume that this exists. So that will update the definition and will now return a product. Okay. Product skew is not assignable to type string. Create product payload. Oh, create product payload. Yeah, takes a string. Yeah, so we can say just dot value, and that's fine. String or undefined is not assignable to type. Yeah, we'll just provide a default. And the same goes for update product, which returns nothing, but we want instead return products.get product.skew and get that. Okay, and the same goes here, that we want to do that. So eventually we will, instead of doing this in our API, eventually we will reuse the structure we have defined before in order to be able just to pass in the payload directly. So basically the update product payload will be exactly the same thing as the parameters of our APIs. But now I think now we have, this is the skew is not the problem anymore. But now I think that we should be fine. We should be able like to build again. We can maybe even build the old project. Oh yes, yes. Thank you very much, Effect, for reminding me. In our server, we need to provide our product catalog dot default. Yes. And this, why are you into, yes, I need to move that API. The API will require the product catalog, so I need to move that down. Now we have a layer that may only result into a server error. That's fine. Yeah. So try to build again. Okay. Seems to have built. And if we stop and restart our server, which is running on port 3000, if I say HTTP localhost 3000 slash docs, I think, yes. Here you can see, as we have seen last time, that thanks to the HTTP API module of Effect, we get like automatically documentation for an API. And as you can see here, now our APIs are like fully described, fully type safe. So maybe we can just like use Postman to see if we have issues with our APIs. We shouldn't, but let's start by saying if we post a get to our products endpoint, we get nothing. Then if I say I want to create a new product with the skew p1 test description hello and send, Yes, the SKU has value, and we may change that. I will say that later. Tag is a product SKU. Okay, and we get back our freshly created product. So if we run again our previous index and point, now we get that. Let's also add, try to add again the same product with the same SKU, and that will result in an HTTP error of SKU already exists error. Nice. We'll add another one. Okay, and now the list will have 2 products. Nice. And then let's try the patch. We want to update, for example, P2 because we noticed that we want test2 and hello2 as name and description. And now we get back the updated product. And if we run the list again, we say P1 test hello and P2 test 2 hello 2. So that's working. Okay, now that we have defined our product APIs, I want first to do a final polish, and then we will like look into making them like more like making them tied to our user interface. So the last thing that I mentioned before is that, for example, when I have to create a product, update a product, sorry, I had to do some trickery into the body. Here it was. I had to do this trickery because we defined the product SKU as a structure that has value, right? But it's not great if we have to provide these APIs to third-party consumers. So instead of defining the product SKU as a tagged class, we will do something like const equals schema dot compose is, I think, yeah, and we'll start from, or maybe it's transform instead of compose, transform, and we'll say that we want to transform from a schema non-empty string into our product SKU, and to do that we'll encode, and when we encode we'll get the value, and this is like a full product SKU, and we need to convert that just to its value. So this dot value, and decode, we get the string in here, and we need to do product SKU from string, and this is the string, and we can call this like product SKU from string. We may export this, and we may rebuild pm build, and we may also update our product APIs to use product SKU from string, and which was the other one that used like, and then for product ID now we can update that to use product SKU from string, product SKU from string, And I think that these were all of them. Yes. And now you'll see that we get some errors because indeed now in our APIs, we had before to do this conversion from string into a product SKU, but now that's not needed anymore because now the product ID, we define that to be a SKU from string. So we will decode and get a SKU directly. So there is no need anymore to do the conversion. We can just use the one provided from the decoded schema path. And that's indeed, in my opinion, really, really, really nice. Okay. And this also should if one would, we can say error.payload, and that should satisfy the requirements. But yeah, for now, let's keep this. We will look into later into cleaning up. But if we build again, let's see, we shouldn't have any errors. Yes, and we should be fine. Now, if we try again our APIs, we restart the server. Now, this will fail because now the SKU API will expect just the SKU, and that's fine. And that's also really, really nice and neat. Okay. Now, I think that API-wise, we are in a good place. Maybe one API I missed, but maybe useful, is one that we have a list, but we don't have a get product that given a product ID, a product SKU. Product SKU returns and fed gen that looks up basically into our in-memory database to see if that product actually exists. So let's say something like const product equal products dot get product SKU dot value. And we'll say something like, if we don't find that, we'll fail with a new product not found error. And if we have found that, we'll basically just return the product. So this API will return either the product or a product not found error, and we won't require anything. So list all and then get product. Okay. And then let me check. We need to update our APIs definition first. We have get all products, but we also have HTTP API endpoint get get product, and these will hook into /products/ and here HTTP API schema parameter product ID SKU. I'll update the other one. Product SKU from string. And then we want to add error, product not found error, but first the success is our product. Okay, so this API will be called as a get with the URI /products/ the product SKU, and then we can we will success with the product or the product error. Nice. I wanted also to update this to be product SKU and product SKU. And one nice thing of this API is that we can extract this repeating part of our code and say something like const product SKU from path, and here product SKU from path, product SKU from path, and finally product SKU from path. Yes. Nice. And we can also, if you want, I think that every one of these single APIs can be, if I recalled correctly, can be also like extracted as well. And I don't know if, let me try something that I never tried. If I say class list product and point, say extends this. No, unfortunately, that's not a class. That's a shame. Well, that's fine. Anyway, it still works as we defined before. So we are getting product, get product, create product, update product, delete product. We updated our product catalog. The last thing that we are missing is handle get product, and we have our request catalog dot get product request path product SKU, and those are SKU now, SKU, and that's it. Okay, so why did I do that of adding that specific endpoint? Now you'll see. Let me build first and stop and restart the server. And I wanted to do that because let's say that I create a P2. Okay, now I can get /product /P2 with no parameters, and I get back my product. Okay, but one thing is that what if I do something that does not exist? Okay, I get indeed a product not found error, but unfortunately the status of the HTTP request is 500. And maybe that's not what I want. Maybe if I am exposing these APIs to third-party users, maybe I want like a 404 instead. And the way to do that is, if I recall correctly, inside of our errors, inside of our product error, and I think that there was like a module called HTTP API schema, fact platform HTTP API schema, and I think that there was something like HTTP API schema. There was a way to set the return status code. Maybe I recall now. It's like an annotation that you can say something like we define the tagged error, and then it's an annotation. Yes. Tag error. I think that we can pass annotation in here. HTTP API schema dot annotations. Yes, here it is. Status, and we can say 404. So now if we rebuild and stop and restart our server, okay, maybe I did that too fast. When I know, when I run that, I should see 500. Why are you saying 500? Product not found. Because I added the annotation on the wrong type. Nice. Product here. Okay. Now it will work. And we'll shall also see that in our like 404 product not found. Yeah, already we'll see here in the specs that it updated correctly. But if we run again, now we get indeed a 404, which is what we want. Okay, so I think that the only last thing I would like to change is that maybe I want in here to return as well the string instead of the structure. So I'll update my product definition to take like product SKU from string. Okay. And then we should be fine, I think. Yes. Let me rebuild. Not this one. Now, if we try again and we say, for example, post products, now it will return back as a plain string. Okay. Okay, I think that API wise for our products, we have like a pretty good point. Now we can start looking into building some actual UI for our application instead of having like some scrubbed and nonsensical examples that we had before. So let's start by saying I want, for example, a products folder, and I want like a product list, sex, and I'll start by saying that I want to import from FetRx Rx, and then I want to create like const product list equals rx.make, and we can basically copy what we did in here. Oops, gen function. Okay, and we have the body. We need to import few dependencies as HTTP API client from Effect Platform HTTP API client. Okay, and the first thing that you may notice is that, you know, maybe having to define that every time is not great, because I would need like to provide every layers or whatever every time I try to define an Rx. So we can maybe look into the rx.runtime we have seen before. So in our app, we can maybe create a folder and call that core, and we create an app runtime, and we will need to create an Rx runtime. So we will import Rx from ifet Rx, Rx React, and we'll export const app runtime equals rex dot runtime, and we need to provide a layer of the things that we want to provide to our application. So we will need like to call HTTP APIs. So for sure, I want to provide the fetch HTTP client from fetch platform fetch HTTP client const live equals fetch HTTP client. We'll need to do that. Okay. And this, why are you complaining? Is not the temple layer. Fetch HTTP. Oh, fetch HTTP client dot layer. Yes, you're right. Okay. And this will create an basically an Rx runtime that is able to provide an HTTP client every time we need to use that. And the other thing that we'll need now to update is that instead of using rx.make, now we'll need now to do app runtime dot rx, I think. Yes. And these should like .rx, and these what take an effect, blah blah blah. Okay, this is nice. I need to import my product API. An import, yes. Okay, we do not need Rx anymore because now we are using the app runtime, and now the product list should be a result again that gives back our products or our things. Okay. So here maybe we can start by actually writing a component that shows that a list of products. So we can say something like export function product list. You were so close to that. It's not that. It's just use rx value, and this gives back the result. Okay, and then I want to import components real native paper from real native paper, and we could return, I think it's called real native paper list, right? Yes, the list. And dot. Oh no, there is no list. Like there are only the items. Yes. Yes. Okay. So we'll need to do again. We need to import the result from fab rx result. We'll say return result.match. Let's vibe code it, and then product list on success. Okay, the error, we do loading, we get that. Maybe instead of showing loading, it's better like activity indicator animating true. And then here we have the text error, and then maybe do not do that, and then we'll do like value map for each product. We'll render a list item, icon folder, yes, and lay title. I do not remember. No, it's not icon, it's item. Okay. And we want our title to be our product dot name, description, product dot description. Okay. And then we also want to title description. Maybe that's more than enough for now. Yeah. Let's update. We can toss away our fetch app. Okay, and now we can just remove all of that garbage we used as tests. And here we will just provide the main app runtime, and then we'll say something like NP theme provider. Okay, and here we'll do something like product list. That's right. Warehouse, and then we'll show the product list. Okay. I would like to move this into our product list. So we do something like content is this, but we return so we have an application bar on the top with the product list, and then under that we'll do something like another view, and we'll like return our content. Okay, so now in here, scroll view. No, not for now. And then product list, and then we need to import everything as product list from product list. And then I will need to import from product list. And I think that I'm export default function product list. Right? Why are you saying that there are no called signature? There are indeed. Export the full function product list. Oh, okay, that's better. We don't need any of those dependencies anymore. This is only our entry point. Also, we have a question. Sorry, I didn't see that later. By the way, what is the reason you prefer that class to a branded primitive for product queue? There is no reason, to be honest. It's just like I prefer to have a tag, because that way, you know, instead of a branded, I can like use the tag to discriminate in an easier way. And also, like, it's something that I am more used to, because in the past, like, I had to deal with third-party systems, and it's easier to explain them that they need to look into the tag and discriminate if that value is actually what we want. Because right now, the SKU, right, as you mentioned, is just a value, so we could use a branded with no problems. But what if then later on we want like to have a union and then discriminate? You know, you can do that with branded as well as the tag, but historically I have dealt with programmers that it's easier for them to understand that they need to if based on the tag and then access the value to understand what is a branded primitive or not. So since we are doing this application starting from the very scratch and evolving from that, I thought that it was best like to start from something very, very, very simple, like using a tag, and then use that just to ensure that you have a product SKU. As you mentioned, it's good practice when you evolve your application to instead use a branded primitive and then brand your string as a product SKU. So, long story short, is just something that we will evolve day after day as we evolve our application. Oh, you're welcome. I was saying, okay, I should have updated everything. Let me just stop and restart our bundler, and then let's look at our app. If we reload, yes, it doesn't show nothing. Let's see. It seems like, I need to start that from here. Enable to resort products, product list from apps, app, TSX. Why? Maybe you're not. Yeah. Metro Bundler is like not great with many of standards. But yeah, here we have our product list. As you can see here, we have our test product. And if, for example, I call again the API to create a new product, in the body I create the product one, test one, all one, and then product three, test three, product three, send, and go back and reload. Okay, indeed, we see the list of 3 products. So nice, that's what we expected. And now that we have a list of products, maybe we want to look into also defining a way to create a new product from in here. So let's start by first defining a screen that invokes our product API to create a new product. So we'll say like product create PSX, and I want to copy everything from here in here. Okay, so we will name this screen like create product. Okay, and then we need like const product name, product SKU first we need, and this will be like rx.make, and we'll start with an empty SKU. We need to import rx. Okay, and then we have like const product name, rx.make, product description. Okay, and finally we have something like we need to wire our UI. So const SKU set SKU equals use x product SKU. Okay, and then in here we'll see. Let me also import for everything as rand from React Native. I will say rand view. Okay, rand view, and in here we'll say rnp dot text input. We'll say value is the SKU. on text change the SKU and label the SKU. And then user X, I need to import. And then let me just see. We will temporarily update our main like app entry point to like, for now, use product create. Okay, so we can see create product. We can maybe, okay, so that's more similar to how it'll get used. This is a SKU. And then we can say something like name, and then const name set name. Again, same thing. Name. And then we have the description. And then const description, user X set description, set description. Okay, and these should like lay them one after the other. Nice. And I'd like to make them a little bit nicer first. Let's say that instead of calling directly into that, we could, because I remember that, yeah, we could, for example, create into our app a components folder, not into core. Oh, well, could be into core. Components. And we can say, for example, index.ps x. Okay. And we could say something. Okay. I want basically to create a wrapper around React Native paper so that the components I use are like a limited subset of those. They already have some defaults, like for example, I want the text inputs like to be wrapped inside a component that lays them out with the padding on the bottom between each component, things like that. Let us create a component, import everything as run from React Native, export component, export const, component, export const, form, and props. We'll take React props with children and style. Okay, you almost got it right, because what I want to do here is like rand.view. I want to provide that with the padding and then the style, yes. And then form field, yes. I want to no, that you are not able to understand that. I want to rand.view margin bottom, yes, and then wrap that. Yes, you almost got that right. Maybe 16 is too much, but yeah, that's fine for now. That's not to the purpose of making the app pretty. We want to import from core components. We want to import form and form field so that we can replace this abomination with form. form, and then we have like form field. He wants a label. Who told you that you want a label? I don't want a label. I just want a string. Yes. And then, okay. And then it's only a matter of wrapping the chills into that. Form field. Okay. But now we should have something that, yes, it's definitely more lookable than before. And okay. And then I would also maybe like to, I am not really a lover of this style. I prefer the other one. So we can say also export const text field equals, and now we need real native paper that I did before. Props and peep dot text input props, and it will be like text input with the props, but I want the mode to be the outlined one. Yes, I don't remember if it's called outlined or it's called like flat. In here, then I could say text field instead of that. Sorry for this moment, we are mostly dealing with styles and React, that maybe it's not mostly what you are into, but I think that we need to build like a minimum of infrastructure, yes. Or maybe flat, it's even better. Not fat, but flat. I don't want to discriminate. Oh, that's the flat. It's flat. Oh, flat or yeah, because newer versions of yeah. So outline is okay. Okay, so we have the SKU, the name, and the description. Fine. And then I would like to also move this component here, up bar either, into like export const up bar. We'll say that props are props with children, title and style, yeah, and the implementation will be this one. And the title should be props the title. Okay. So in here we'll say upper title create product. Okay, so we can see that we have the same exact thing, but now we don't need to import React Native or React Native paper anymore. We are independent from that. So if in the future we want like to change that, we are fine. And why did I do that? Because I want to the form field component, like or the text field component, even better, to have an error. And if that error is provided, I want that to show the field with the error style. But we will do that later. I just want to finish by saying like button, and again export const button. I think that you are getting, finally you are getting what I'm trying to say. Not margin top, but bottom. So we are consistent. Okay. And now we should be able to do button title. Are we missing that? Yes. I'll make that mandatory, and then mode contain props. It's not title. What's it called? Real native paper. Docs. Components. Components. And I want a button. And the one I like is contained. And oh, it's passed as a children. Okay. And then we say props.title. And the one I liked was contained. Yes. So I picked the one I like. Okay, so button title create. Okay. And we need the on press, and for now we'll just pass an empty arrow and we'll update that later. I just want to see if it appears how I want. Nice. So now we have our user interface. Now we need to define, I'm losing my headphones. We need to define product create upruntime.rx. This is one of the things great about Effect, is that it almost got it right, because it's not upruntime.rx, it's .fn, and we need to provide the arguments. Void is fine, and we get then the context, and then the context can be used to context product SKU, and this create product. Oh, we need to do that into a payload. Yes, and this is the payload. Okay, this wants to be a product SKU, so product SKU dot from string. Okay, import that, and name should be again CTX product name, and this is CTX product description, and this is fine, and this return a function, the result fn, that may no, okay, it's a result function. Okay, it returns the product and may fail with this. Okay, takes void as argument. Okay, and now we can use const add product equals use rex set product create, right? And we should be to do add product. Okay. Okay. And then ideally now we should, let's check with Network Inspector, we should have something working, because now if we say product blah blah blah, test description create, it invoked the API, and the API returned that the product has been created successfully. So that means that if we, for example, go into our Postman and look at the list of all known products, we now have also our just freshly added product. Nice, and really, really, really nice. Okay, so I think that maybe we can make a parent when you create like a product. We should like pop up something like product created, or there was this error and we failed for this error, and we could do that by having a function that catches error and shows them into the UI in some point. I think that we could use React Native Paper as a component, which is called, it's the toast. I don't remember, snack bar. Yes, it's called snack bar. And this snack bar basically allows to show messages, and they will appear on the bottom when you do something. Like, so we can say show something like products created when we create our product. So we can do that maybe in an effectful way. We could create a service that can be used by our application to show things into the snack bar. Maybe that could be interesting as well as an integration with effect over X, and effect services. And so into our core, maybe we can create a folder called services, and we can say something like snack bar service, and we'll import everything as effect from effect, and we'll export a snack bar service, and the snack bar service will basically have methods fact.service. Oh, I do not have the effect language service in here. Let me just plugins, name, effect language service. And why am I configuring that? Because when I had the completion for service, now that I have configured the language service, I get back auto completion that automatically puts in here all needed type parameters like the type, the name, and whatever, with some defaults. And that's like, in my opinion, an improvement over the default behavior. And now we could say something like, we need definitely import everything as rex from effect rex effect rex react, and we will make something like a list const shown snack items rx.make. It's not that, is import rx.make. We will make it as an array of string. Okay, so we have an rx variable, and then we can do things like gen and saying that function star. Oh, we can do maybe even better now that I think. We can use a subscription ref. Maybe, yes. Let's try it out. I want this service to have like a list of notifications, and we'll have what are the parameters from each notification. They could have action, icon, duration, children. I think that for now I am just care about strings. Maybe in the future of action. So maybe you can say export interface notification item snack bar notification item text string that will be needed for sure. We will say that notification is like for now just an array of snack bar notification item, and we will make this like a subscription ref. And for the one who doesn't know, a subscription ref is basically like a ref, so a variable that holds a value, but you can also get like a stream of changes every time the value inside of that is changed. So we can say like subscription ref dot make, and we start again as an array of snack bar notification item. Okay, we can say this notifications. We can say function add notification, and then we could say that add notification. We could say data, which is not bar notification item. Then we will return just a subscription ref dot update our notifications. Let me rename it to notifications ref. Okay, and we'll import everything as array from effect array. We'll say that array dot append, yes, data. Okay, and this should return an effect that doesn't require anything perfectly. And we can say then add notification. And this is an effect, if I remember correctly, yes. So this needs to be yielded. Okay. And this adds a notification function remove notification it's not bar notification item return subscription ref dot update notifications array dot remove, and then remove. No. Let's filter and say that is not equal the one we want to delete. Okay. And this will remove our notification. Okay. And finally, we want changes, which is basically notification ref dot changes, and this stream will contain, when subscribed, you will emit initially the current value, and subsequently like all like the all like the updates, and will update. So we will return the changes as well. Okay. And then we will update our app runtime to also import everything from Snack bar service, from like services, Snackbar services, and we'll like Snackbar service dot default pipe layer dot provide this thing. We'll need to import everything as layer from effect layer, and these will now provide merge. Sorry, this will now provide both the HTTP client and the Snackbar service. Nice. And now that we have like our Snackbar service out of the way, we could do something like, let me think. There was an example over like effect.rx. There was an example about strings, right? Working with strings. Oh yeah, you're just passing into your effect.rx. Okay. And I just wanted also to look into the content user effects Rx runtime to make a ref. Okay, that's nice. So now that we have defined that snack service, it could be provide that. Should be just layer merge all. Yeah, it's not needed right now. Yeah, that's true. I was thinking about, it could be just like layer dot merge all and fetch HTTP client layer as Snackbar service dot Snackbar service dot default. Yes, indeed. And by the way, welcome to the stream. And now that we have updated that, I also wanted to define a component in here that import export const snack bar provider that takes just that, and this will just return props.children, but current snack entries could be app runtime dot rx and ctx, and we will say something like we'll need to effect.gen just to be sure. Snack service equals yield star snack bar service, and this will get us back the snack bar service. And then we could say something like we don't need to jump into effect.gen. We can just like pipe snackbar service dot snackbar service, and then after we have that, we can say something like if effect dot map service. We get service dot pipe. I need to import. Yes. Service dot changes, I think. Yes. And then stream dot unwrap, because import everything as stream from fetch stream. And now we have a result of our snack bar notification or net nothing. Okay. And we don't need the context. So this is our snack bar entries. And finally, we can update these and remove this and return this, maybe on the same line or not on different line. Const entries equals use rx suspend success. For instance, entries dot value, and these will get us back the notification items, and then we can basically loop over them. Entries dot map entry index, yes, and we only you were close, visible true, yes. We need to implement like the onDismiss action, and that will be something like const dismiss snack entry will be an app runtime of n that will take as a parameter that will return effect. Yeah, it was, the sleep is not needed, but is basically is like calls service equals if yield snack bar service, and then we call service dot remove notification with that. Only to type, but being used as namespace in here, yes, because I wanted to do everything as this. Okay, and then I need to update that as snack bar service, snack bar service dot snack bar service. Okay. And now this is a function that takes a notification item and that, and so we can say const dismiss on dismiss equals use rx set dismiss snack entry. This needs to be imported, and this will give us back a function that given the notification will dismiss that. So on dismiss dot bind, no, I'll on dismiss should be enough, yes. No, it's not enough, because yeah, you're right, on dismiss, and we need to provide the entry. Okay. Okay, and now we need to use our snack bar provider into our main app. Team provider, snack bar provider, and we'll move the product list inside of that. Okay, and finally, moment of truth. Let's see if I say that, and then I say something like const snack service equals yield star snack bar service dot snack bar service, and we'll update the import as that. We can finally say yield star snack service dot add notification text product. We can maybe get that back from product name created. Okay, so ideally now this should work. What I expect to happen is that the API should be called and then should appear a snack bar on the bottom saying, okay, we have created the product. So let's see how far we were from that. Oh yes, it worked. First time. So that's the beauty of effect. Once it compiles, it almost works always. And why did I do that? Because we could say something like dot, once we have our gen, we can say dot pipe, yeah, first try, effect dot catch all the error that may happen. Instead of showing them, instead of giving them back to the exit, maybe now what we can do is catch all of the errors and say then I want to take, let's first do it the non-nice API way. That would be like using an effect.gen and then error creating product, and then you get the error. That is the non-nice way of doing that. It works, but it's not the nice API way. Okay, I always start with that because I want you on the stream also to understand that your effect code doesn't need to be nice the first time you write it. Okay, first build something that works. Okay, learn effect gradually. Start from very few things. Like for example, you can start abusing effect.gen everywhere. That's fine. Your application will work anyway. Okay, and then later you can learn patterns and way of do that. Like for example, before you mentioned like layer.merge all. Okay, that's nice to know, but realistically speaking, most of the time you will use like provide and provide merge. Okay, so it's fine if you start by just knowing those two APIs. Then slowly you can improve and know other APIs. But back to what we were doing before, let's say that, for example, our server is offline and we try to run our application. And when you press create, now we get error creating product request, error, transport, error. So we also handle like error cases. And it would be nice to know if snackbar maybe has like a color. We have an icon, so maybe we can pass in the icon. Elevation, duration, wrapper style, container style, ref, theme. Maybe we can like show an icon that when we add a notification, maybe we can also add an icon, which is a string. Okay. And then in our component, we can say key. Using the index is not great, but for now it works. We can say icon, entry.icon. And we can say, I don't remember the icon set name, which is guides icons, React Native vector icons. Okay. So here, do we have like error? Material icons error. Yes, we have that. So we can say that in our product create, if we fail, we also add icon error. Okay, and now let's try again. And now we broke something. What did we broke? Well, just adding the. Oh no, we broke that. I know what. Okay, yes. Error creating the product, but I don't see the icon. Let me check again. Components. Icon should be that. Let me check if icon. Icon. I don't know. Oh, when on icon press is defined. Okay. That's not. That's okay. Okay. I didn't know that. Okay. I am. The last time I used this library, I was stuck with Material UI 2, not 3. So when I saw the icon component, I expected to be able to provide that. Maybe we can play around with wrapper style. And then, yeah. If a dedicated prop for a specific color is not available, the style prop does not allow to color modification. Because another 10 prompt allows to override the color within the component based on the table below. Oh, okay. Okay, alright. We'll try to see if we can wrapper style background color. Let's go for red, green, blue. Let's try if this is ignored or like it's used. No, it's not wrapper. Is then content style? No. Style. I just really want to change the color. If that doesn't work, I'll look. Okay, that works. Okay. So I was saying that way of doing that API wise, maybe it's not one of the best readable APIs you may have. Like, where is create product? Okay. Doing this every time, maybe it's not best. What we can do is extract that into a function called export function, and we will steal from effect naming, and we will call it like ignore logit. And we will take in an effect that is a er if a effect dot effect a er, and what we'll do is fed the flat map. We will not flat map. Catch all of fa, and when we get the error, we'll say fed.flatmap snackbar service dot notification text, and we'll say that an error occurred, and we'll say we can for now just jump into a string and say error. Sounds nice for now. Yeah. So that brutality we did before now can be rewritten just as snack bar service dot ignore logged, and will result in its exact effect type. But now, okay, now we can do that with a simpler API. I need also to update that because I was thinking about relying on the style, but we can say like type, and that could be like notification or error. And we'll say that in the component, if the entry.type is error, we'll say background color is that. Otherwise, no. Okay. So that way, let me check. Okay, that way now, did I flip the condition or did I? Oh, I need to also provide that. Type error. Okay, and now, okay, this is shown as error. If I restart my server and it creates, now it shows as a notification. Nice. Okay, and now I have seen that there was like an edge case. Let me check. If I didn't provide anything, nothing happened. And I think that's the case because in our ender, these APIs, if we provide a null-shaped, I don't see. Oh no, there are parse errors. Yeah. Let's see if we are actually trying to hit the network. No, we aren't. Why in this case? And I assume that if I type even one property, that works. Okay. So it appears to be an issue when we don't provide anything. Are we actually running this product create or are we failing before? Okay, we are entering the function, and I suspect that the issue is after trying to create a product. Yeah. I suspect that this is going into a defect. I suspect. Let me try. Catch defect. Log. Yeah. Oh, default defect. Okay. Okay, let's try again. Okay. As I was expecting, we are going into a defect. And so maybe instead of just catching like the failures, maybe in our service we will also catch all defects as well. Yeah. So we can say pipe, and then we can say also effect dot catch all defect, and we can do basically the same thing. Maybe we can access the service before, so that way here, that way this service dot add notification type error text, and we say something very bad happened, and then we put in the defect. Sorry, yeah. Okay, we're missing some. Yes. Okay, so now our function will catch both defects and failures. So now, ideally, yes, something very bad happened, and this is like now a defect. Nice. So the first thing is that we will definitely don't want to have things like, for example, let the user be able to click the create button if we have form that's invalid, right? So maybe we need like to investigate a little or into building something that, since our application will have a lot of these kind of forms, something that will help us like building forms in a better way. And I think that I will look into that next time. The last thing that I want to do before like ending the stream, because like it's getting almost time to prepare lunch. The last thing that I want to look into is I want to create a very basic like service router. I know that Expo has its own router, and maybe we could look into that. Let me check real quick. Expo router. Let me just check. Link. That should be. Yeah, we could use Expo router now that I look into that. We could even like bind it into a more effectful way. Yeah, we could try to use the effect router. Yeah, we could indeed. Yeah. To be honest, it's not like something that for my app is very important, because I don't care too much about URLs. I expect, again, most of the app to do not have URLs. But yeah, I think that we could try. We could definitely try. Okay. Oh yeah, I think that we'll look into that into next time, so I could like watch it more. For now, let me first like commit the changes we have in here. So what we did today, we changed a lot of files. first we updated our product API, and now maybe let's look at the non-diff version. Okay, we updated our domain product definition first today, and we defined that in a better way. We have defined all of our products API that allow to interact with a product catalog. And then we updated the server. We created an in-memory service for products that have like all the basic CRUD operations. And then what we did is we investigated into effect RX as a way to integrate effects into React and also get for free reactive state management. And then we created our first app screens. We created the product list, and we created like the screen to create a new product. And then we hooked them up with our HTTP APIs. And then we also had time in the end to create a snack bar service that basically handled notifications that may appear in your application, like this one. So I think that thank you very much, Arkman, for your raid. I think that as last thing before closing the stream, we may look into first commit the changes. The first product catalog draft. Okay, we could commit that. Okay. And now I think we could maybe start looking into the routing. So let's stop the expo. pnpm. I have all of these things that I need to install: expo router, React Native secondary context, native screen, expo linking, expo constant, expo status bar. Okay. And then I think we need to update our main expo entry. Yeah, your package.json, our main should be expo. Yeah, instead of index.ts should be expo router entry. Okay. And then we need to have a scheme into my app. No. Scheme. Let me look into the expo documentation where we should find that scheme. That scheme is scheme. Okay, should be provided in here. So, yep. In my app.json scheme. Okay, app.json scheme. Okay. Then we need to enable web. I think that needs to be here. Yeah. And then in here, we need to update bundler to be metro instead of that. And then my Babel dot I should to use order at the file. Okay, so I do not have that, and then I start with an empty cache. But I think that clear. I prefer to clear the cache every time. So pnpm start. Now we should have routing enabled. Yep. And now, ideally, it should not render anything. Yes, exactly. Start by creating a file in the app directory. Yeah. So we need to create an app folder. And then in here, we'll do something like index.yes. Or maybe we can even move, yeah, we can even move our products into there, because in the end, those are the screen. I don't want to do that because I want to do that manually. I know that sometimes you screw me up when you do that automatically, and then I lose like hours trying to understand what's happening. So I prefer to do that manually. I also need maybe to set up aliases instead of just like referencing locally every time. But now I should be able to say something like product list should be renamed index. This should be like create. And ideally, if I go products, yes, this will automatically load the products route, and this will not index, sorry, create. Yes, this will jump into the create screen. Nice, nice. And now I think that we could now that I think about it, make it so that in here, in our components up bar, yes, I think that there is like an up bar action, back action, yes, up bar back action, yes. So we could say something that if in our components we have up bar, yes, here. If we have on back, and then we can say props on back. If we have the on back, we can say relative paper up bar back action on press props dot on back. Okay. And then we could, on our create route, looking into the expo, I think router, let me check, navigation. Yes, we can say and this should be imported from import from expo router, and it's called use router. Okay, and now constant back. We can say back router dot navigate back. Slash browse. And then in our app bar, we can say on back. Yes. So that way we have a back button, and we will press it, we go back into that. And then, last but not least important, we should maybe add a button to create a new product and going to that route. So I think that there was like a fab, yes. Yes, fab. Yeah, I always put the fab on bottom, so we can copy those. I think that those will be the default for my app. Export const fab equal props react dot props with children press and the style. Yeah. Yeah, for now. Okay, I want to update what you're saying. Label. I don't want the label. I want the icon. So icon. Position absolute bottom right, and that's it. And then what are you complaining about? Blah, 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 blah. Label. Oh, you really want the label? Oh, but it's optional. Oh, it's optional only if icon is defined. Yes. I'll make the icon mandatory. I prefer that. Okay. So this app.tsx is not needed anymore. But I think that we need to look into our expo handles layout. Yes. Because I think that we need to create in here underscore layout tsx. Usually it's called like that, and then let me copy paste from this. Use font. I don't think I need them. Yeah. Well, in the end, it's just a default and returns the stack. But whatever I did here in my app now needs to be moved into here, and we render the stack instead of that. And then here now is on the parent directory. And I think that once we removed unused imports, we are fine. Yes, this is not needed anymore, as we are now moving into that. And now my app yes, it's adding this products index, and I think that that is like products create. Yeah, I think that this is added by this stack component. Yeah. Stack dot screen, maybe. Does this like only render my actual component? No, doesn't seem so. Let me open the documentation and see. Layout. Example layout. The version of stacks. I thought the stack will render the back button either. Okay. React Navigator. I feel you do not have to define the pages specifically inside the navigator. Defines the direct will automatically retrieve. However, if you want to define the screen option, you can use stack.screen. Tabs, no, other layouts. I want oh, maybe you just pass me that as children. Let's see. I know you don't want that. Let's check us again. No, I need to investigate because I do not remember how it's supposed to. What time is it? Oh, it's almost time to go. I don't remember that. Maybe I check one last time into the documentation. Expo router custom layout either. This file start navigator to navigator on the other one uses the pages directory. The layout export for component that resemble before the page you are navigating to with. I know, but how can I get like the component you want? So okay, we want a layout without a navigator. Oh, adding either or displaying a model over slot. Let's try it with slot. Or isn't like a guide here like oh, there is a guide in here. Nice. There is a guide in here. Yeah, so maybe we should look into this one next. Yeah. But again, let's try real quick with our slot. Products. Yes. Create and go back. Yes. Okay, it was a slot. Nice. So last thing, I was adding a button to create a new to create a new product. In here, I created a fab component, yes. So in here, in our index, we can say const router use router from export router, and then we can say fab from our components icon plus on press label create. Okay, and now you can see that here on the bottom, maybe just like make it more similar. Okay, now we have like our create button. We can press, we can test product, we can create, post created. When we go back, we get also back that test, which is really, really nice. Well, we got something working that's kind of usable now. And the only last thing that I would like to do is that since we have effect, maybe we could investigate, and instead of using these use router and then router dot navigate and whatever, maybe next time we could look into like hooking these APIs into something more effectful. So like an effect service, a router service, so that we can also call them and programmatically change the current route based on like based on the effect that have performed. For example, when I hit create and a product has successfully been created, maybe I also want to um, change the current route. Sorry, I wasn't finding the word. I would also like to change the current route to that one. And maybe that could be a quick task that we can do before finishing up the stream. And the first thing that we would need to do is like access the router. So let me check. Router, navigation. Use router. Is there like a global router reference, or is that the only way to accessing the router? It seems like that's the only way to access like the router object, which would make sense. And so we could think about, let's start creating a service. Router service. Okay, and we want this to be an effect service. Export const plus router service extends effect service effect gen. Maybe we don't need that. Maybe just an effect. Maybe succeed. Or like, let's go like with effect sync for now. We will create like a router pointer, and let's go look back at our router. Yes, go to definition. It's a router, and where is that defined? Imperative API. Let's hope that that type is exposed by router. Yes. Or null. Null. We will keep a pointer to the router, and then we could say let's router equal nulls, return, and we'll say wait, function navigate URL string, and we'll say something like return effect.sync given the router will navigate into the URL, and that's it, and navigate. But the thing is that now we need to somehow set the value of this router variable, right? So we could do that like in our layout. So we can say something like function set current router, which will take a router, and we'll just do something like router equals new router. Very quick and dirty, but gets the job done. Now we set current router. I want this to be a plain function because that will be called like externally. And then what we can do is inside of our layout, we could say something like set current router You almost got it right. The only thing that you didn't got right is that this is not an effect, so no need to yield. And we also need to import everything as a router service from core services router service. And we also need to import our app runtime. Yes. And now we can do something like const router equals use router from export router, and that way we'll get router. And then I think we can just invoke like const set router use rx set, and then I think we can be fine by just doing that. Use effect, that's fine. Set router depends on that. Okay. And now, what are you complaining for? React. Okay, and effect. Set is not needed. Missing router service, yes, because in our app runtime we also need to import everything as router service from services, router services. We can add that router service default. Okay, and now we should be satisfied with the types, router, and also set router. This is just to just to hijack in the expo router instance. I'll need to investigate if there are better way to do that. I never used expo router. I always like built my own for reasons that I needed like to be compliant with multiple things. But now, ideally, in here, we can also say router service. There should be like an accessors too, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Then you can say router services dot navigate. Yes. And then is yield star a router service dot navigate slash products. And I don't have any parameters. Nice. And now when I do create and I create a product and I hit create, we roll back to the index route. Nice. And we also print out that a product has been created. Nice. And I think that this is really nice. So test and it create. Okay. Okay, so what time is it? Oh well, I'll still have a few minutes. Let me check one thing first. Yeah, okay. So given that we have those routes set up, maybe we can like set up also the edit screen for the route, for the product. Maybe we already have the API for that. So we can basically copy this because it will be very similar to the creators. Again, I want to keep them separate because I already imagine that I have different business logic between creating a product and updating one, because I will have also like improvement flows involved in creating new products. So yeah, edit.tsx. Then we'll say the product SKU is not editable. We have the name and description. There are the only fields that can be edited. We need to call update product instead of update product, and say this is just the payload and path. We need to provide the product SKU. The product SKU needs to be resolved. Oh, this is interesting. Like from the expo router parameters. And I don't know how to do that, so we will do that later. Let me just get it fixed for now. Can I put it? Yeah, sure, I can. Let me just github.com/tiamanzavi. Okay, so let me update that. So I was asked to put like the link of the repo into the stream description. I will, if you're watching on Twitch, I will also like just paste it into like I also pasted it into like the into the Twitch chat. Sorry, today words are not coming. You're welcome, no problem. And by the way, that repository will also be linked, I think, into like the YouTube series. And when they will be published, you will have that as well. I was saying like product SKU from string for now. Let's do that. I will look into how to do that. Product updated. And then I'll navigate back into the products. Okay. So I don't need a SKU. I don't need the field for the SKU. And maybe as a title, we can for now say update product. Okay, and we should be fine, I think. The only thing that I am like looking into is like core concept. This is like the router, this is layout, navigation, routes, and URL parameters. Yes. Dynamic routes can be linked with their full URL passing a params object. Okay. So I need to create a folder. Yeah, passing query parameters. No. I want this, and it seems like I need to create a folder and then put inside brackets. Yeah. So I need to basically create an edit folder. And inside, I need to rename this as product SKU and move that into edit. Yeah, I know I will set up path aliases next time. I don't want to bag the streaming doing like things that are not so interesting. And yeah, that's as well. Okay. And I think that the parameters get passed into the component, I think. This is the root annotation. This is the root layout, stacks. Navigation, and here you explain me how to link into pages, but I would also like to know how to access the parameters. Passing parameters, but I don't see. Maybe it's a completely different part of initial routes, common patterns. URL parameters. Okay, local versus global URL parameters. There are multiple pages mounted at the same time. For example, a stack. Okay, use the URL parameter from a current component. Okay. So we will like use local search params, I think. Yeah, use local search params. Let's see if that prints out what we expect to have. Use local search params console.log params. Let's just see if they are indeed what we expect to have. And then here up, I would expect edit is to mount my root. Okay, and do we have like params? Okay, product SKU is that. Okay. Okay, we can work with this. Um, I am not fully happy because I would like to have something that is type safe. Because that way, like, you have no validation over the parameters. But yeah, we can look into that next time. For now, we can just assume that we have like we have, for example, in here, this is called like product list, but it's like product edit. Okay, and this function, I think that will be invoked once we need first to load the remote definition of the product. So we need something like const load product equals up runtime dot lx, and we'll like load product, but we need also like a parameter, right? Yes, we need a parameter. So it should be an fn. And then we will pass in to the fn the product SKU with a string. And then we'll try to yield get product. Yes. And here you need like path product SKU, right? And that's nice. And you'll get a product, or you will fail with that, right? Yes. But then we have our fine snack bar service, ignore logged, and we can just return that. Okay, nice. And then I don't know, maybe isn't there in like a user X? No, I wanted like to have export default function from edit builder, and these will basically take const product SKU from the search params, and that's nice. But I would like to React use memo, and we can say that based on the product SKU, we create a new Rx like that. So this is a function that returns an Rx with a potential result. And now we can see I've used memo, and this is I've called like load product SKU, and these will like import everything as React from React, and these will return like an Rx with our result, and then we can do something like const product equals use Rx fetch product, right? Your X value, sorry. And this will get us back the result. perfect, which is like either void or product. I am not too happy with void. Yeah, because we ignore logged, so we are basically like throwing in any case. We should instead like we should logged only if the error is not a product not found error. Yeah, that would be best. But yeah, since we are running out of time, let me just do something like import everything as result from effect rx result, and then we will say, you can already see that it's trying to do things. We can say in here that return resultant match on initial loading, blah 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 blah. And the thing is that what I wanted to do originally was like to update the current initial values of product name and product description with the product that we have found. So maybe there is also no need of like doing that in here. We can always say something like, once we have loaded the product in here, we call update UI rx ctx should be, and we can say something like ctx.set product name to product not name, product description to product dot description, or an empty string for now. And this is interesting. This is an interesting approach, because this will basically get invoked and update the Rx values for those. So what if the product SKU is an Rx in himself? Well, I don't want to spend too much time. Maybe my mind is like going on a tangent. So use local search parameters. We know that the product SKU is like a string. So yeah, I don't know why you want to. No, sorry, not a string. Okay. That's why I said before I hate that I don't have type safe routing. Now that we have fetched the product, we have set that in there. So in here we can just return like product edit, and that's it. We will need a better way to handle issues here, but yeah. This at least should give us something that should work. Let me check. So let's say that we create first a product with SKU A. Okay, now if we manually go to edit A, not ASST, at least we proved that it doesn't work if the product does not exist. Product not found. Product not found. Why are you trying to put as a parameter? Oh, did I forgot to rebuild everything once I? That's very possible from me. Let's try pnpm build. Start again server. We need to trash this and restart. Oh, get product takes a product SKU. Yeah, product SKU from, that's right. So why are you trying to pass that slash product SKU? Let me check. That is a string, right? Load product. Yeah, that should be a string. So here I should have something. Star fact loading product, and here we have the product SKU. So here we should see loading product, and we get a, and that's fine. Go to definition. Get product. Are you maybe telling me the wrong API types? No, okay, you're not. Oh, well, I think that I will look into next time. Yeah, I will look into next time. I think use, I think use search. But I mean, oh, it takes a generic. Yeah, but still, it takes a generic, but it's not type safe. I mean, if I type it as a number and then like, yeah, known output. Yeah, okay, I can do that, but product SKU, I assume that's like that. But again, this does nothing more than what I did before of manually casting the type. You know, it's not like assuming and ensuring that that is actually a string, or if I have something that I require not to be empty, that is something that is not empty, or if I require that to be an integer, that is an integer. You know, that's what I meant, unfortunately, by it's not type safe. You know. Yeah, unfortunately, that's not awesome, I would say. Yeah, path product SKU. That should work. I don't understand why it isn't, but that should indeed work. Let me check one last time. One thing that it's coming to mind to me. That may be involved in this not working. What if here we have the URL and that's it. If I pass just the product SKU as a string, are you happy and working, or products A? Okay, at least. Oh, right now the server is stopped. Okay, yeah. So makes sense, I think. No, it's running the server. Postman Isomanu. Products. P3. No product found. Products. A. Oh, I restarted the server, so yeah. So the list emptied. Yeah, it's not persistent right now. Okay. So products A. Edit, sorry. Edit A. Okay, it works. So I think that I have an issue in here with this. I will need to investigate that. Because as the typing says, I would have expected in here to have to pass in a product SKU and then get back the current thing. And I would say that if I say another link, it says product not found error. Okay. Yeah. So let's just finish by adding into our list things like const. I know I already have const on item press equals. Oh yeah, we have the arc compiler, so I can just say on press we'll go like router.navigate slash products edit product SKU should be product.skew dot value. Type roots, let's see. Let's see what is type roots you linked. Mm, oh, it's really something experimental, yeah. Beneath root parameters, query parameters. Yeah, I see. Yeah, it's basically just doing like the type safe generation of the types based on like your folder structure. Yeah. Uh, Still, I don't think that at runtime it's like checking if they are actually an integer, a string, or whatever. Yeah, I agree that maybe it's something we can try out and will be maybe an improvement. Maybe I am not fully like. Where does it need to be? Expo experiments. Expo experiments. Yeah. In here, maybe we can try to enable that, and then we stop and start again. We should see like roots generation now, right? And so now, ideally, what is like saying is that now you can leverage the reuse. Use segments. Imperative router. You can use the type router object to navigate imperatively, or oh, there is an exported object router. Oh, okay. So that can be improved. Root parameters, use local search parameters, and then I need to pass in the string. Okay, so let's see if now that's an option. Let's see. Use local. Yeah, in here, local search. I mean, who will write this kind of URL? I know, but I mean, they should have at least like put in such in a way that you pass that instead of a type parameter as a value, so at least you get auto completion of known like routes. Because now, for example, I can say something like app products edit product SKU TSX. Is that what you want? Now I don't know. Does not satisfy the route. You know, it's not like I really don't like this DX. I prefer, you know, and I can extract this into an interface and use whatever. I would have expected that to do something else, like to generate an hook for each route or something like that. But yeah, going back to what we were looking into, yeah, I think that in here, like in here navigate, for example, in here, like I don't see my edit route, and why? I see the create, I see products create, okay, products index, okay, sitemap slash. I don't see like, I don't. Do you want maybe an index.tsx just to know that this is like a valid folder? I can provide you that, but I don't think that this is what you. Oh no, that is what you were complaining about. Navigation option is not called product SKU. Yeah, I'm not like, I'm not like fully happy with this. I've built routers in the past. I have like more expectation from them. Yeah. I mean, navigate. Where do you want like me to provide navigation options? Link to option. Oh, maybe it's the other API you want. Let me check. Navigate. Export router. Install export router. Router 101. Navigation. Do not navigate. Maybe you want the object with path name, and what do you want from me? Navigate. Ref. Text and ref object. Path name, yeah. How can I expect that from? I am not like. Now, if I say path name, okay. And now, if I say params and I say product SKU, okay. Product SKU value, okay. I mean, I get, but yeah, it's quite like something. Yeah. It's my first time using an export router. I may beg maybe most of the issues were like my skill issues about that. But yeah. Okay, let's try now. We should be able like okay, and now we should be able to click on a product and invoke that, and maybe it's not product SKU. Oh yeah, we need to update that as well. Yeah, we need to update that and use like, This is not product create, it's like product update. Okay. And the thing that I was mentioned before is like that we can also like use like product SKU equals an Rx. And what we did here, instead of like passing in that as a parameter, we can also say const product SKU equals ctx. Okay, maybe with a different name. Product SKU Rx. I'm bad at naming, I know. Okay, and now what we can do is we do that, we load the product, okay, and now in here we can say const set product SKU user set, and then we can say something like react use. Okay, I'm fine with the fact. And say set product SKU to the current product SKU. And now fetch product. No, it's called load product. This ideally should work as well. If I click, I get that. If I go to something non-existent, it says error. Okay. And I also need like to check now if I update the description and say create. No. Oh yeah, because yeah, you're right. Because my product SKU here needs to be accessed. Okay, so now we get the actual product SKU. And now this should work. No. Here. Product not found. Oh, we are getting the same issue we are getting there. I need to investigate. Yeah, I need to investigate that. But at least now it works. Okay, so we can update A, product A updated, and we can like create a new product B. Create product created. Yes. Now we basically get the basic features of our user interface. And one last thing I want like to fix this to have like dismiss because like it's not having it right now. So in here dismiss called on dismiss entry, and dismiss snack entry is just removing that from no notifications. Duration. Let's do that. Let's see if that fixes. Oh, the issue is like we're using index. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Now you get something more unique. Maybe no, that's a bad idea. But yeah. But yeah, that fixed. Okay, so we need here. Okay. Maybe. Okay. Maybe we can also like. This is not it anymore. We need to update the text. Save. That is save product. Okay. Okay. We should be in good shape right now. Okay. Let me try one last thing. I think that the only last thing that we are missing right now is like the ability to delete a product, I think. And we could do that real quick. Because in here we already have our product ID we want to delete. And then next time we will definitely do a lot of cleanup because I don't like doing this every time. So next time we'll like perform a lot of cleanup of our code. But for today, I wanted like to have the basic implementation of all of the thing working. Let me check. Update product, yeah. We can say something like delete product, okay. And this will like call the API and call like delete product with no other arguments, okay. And then we'll say product deleted. We'll navigate back to the products. We don't get any return. The product ID will read from the current one, yes. And then we only need like const delete product equals user x set delete product. No, it's not delete product. Yeah. On delete product. We need also to find better namings for that. Button title delete press on delete product. Okay. Now that should have a delete button that is ugly as fuck, but it actually does what it is expected to do. Okay. So let me just check into React Native paper. There was like a way for the buttons, I think. Components, button. Button color. Custom button, yeah. And so we can say, for example, in our set of components, we can say that our button component may have also a type parameter that may be action or I don't know, delete. And we can say in here that if props.type equals delete, then, sorry, it's not in here. It's in here. Button color. We can say that props.type equals delete will make it red. So many or undefined. Okay. So in here we can say edit, delete, type, delete. Okay. And now, yes. Okay. So now we can see that it's like more nice. Okay, I think that with this, I'm gonna close the stream for today. Today we did a lot of things. We basically made our application working. We are now creating products. This is only the first step, to building a full warehouse app. There are multiple steps, but this is like the first one. We created products. We are now relying only on in-memory implementations, but for now they are serving our purpose. We are asking our APIs for data. We are like doing things. So I'm pretty satisfied of what we do today. So again, thank you very much, everyone who joined the stream, everyone who interacted, and as always, if you have any question, whatever, follow and join like the Effect Discord channel. You can find me there. You can find me all the other contributors. And then thanks again for the time you gave me today. See you next time.